What is up, folks? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, May 4th, 2024. And landing on center is Air Baltic Flight 961. Arriving from Vilnius, and it is the Latvian flag special livery. Also eyeballing left of me. Parallel arrivals still in progress at the moment. Not sure for how long. Polderbaan also being used for arrivals. And Kaagbaan, the recently reopened Kaagbaan, being used for departures as the only runway. Runway 24. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Jimmy Pirate, JD, Maria, Hollandier, Marco, Art, Gosse, Damien. Goedemorgen allemaal, good morning. Our next airplane is the first to arrive on Polderbaan of today's stream. It is Delta Airlines Flight 178, Airbus A330-300, arriving from Jerry's hometown of Portland in Oregon. 9 hours and 34 minutes underway. 17 years old, this one. First flight April 2007. A lot of special liveries coming to Amsterdam today. The Latvian flag we already saw. Finnair, the Moomin A350 also underway. Probably landing on center, but who knows, maybe we will get lucky. Also present, as you guys can see. Volgen!
Lekker weer zo, hè?
Heerlijk! Hopelijk blijft het een beetje droog.
Eindelijk!
Eindelijk, indeed! Bird controller K4 also happy that it is finally a bit decent weather over here in the Netherlands. Paul, goedemorgen. Kevin, good morning. Adi, Evelyn, what is up? Stoic, good morning. Early morning, wow. Tuning in from Michigan. What time is it over there? That is Central United States. 8 hours time difference. Right, the first queen of the show. Sadly, landing on the wrong runway. Air China Cargo, flight 1023. Arriving from Chengdu. 9 hours 53 minutes underway, this one. 18 years old, first flight April 2006. In the meantime, Air Europa landing on Polderbaan, that's a 737-800. And after that, a Bombardier C-Series 300, A220. Moomin already landed on center, okay. Must have missed it while setting up. Orange Pride is also coming. What else was there in the pipeline? There were a couple. Well, when using digital zoom, the zoom is always slower than with optical zoom. It was too late to zoom out to get a combo shot with the Air Europa. As soon as there's a moment of time, I will show you guys what is going on over here. And there's Air France arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. A220. Also, goedemorgen Marianne, Infinity. Good morning Kevin. Lindsay Anderson tuning in from Auckland, New Zealand. Kia ora, good evening. And Martin tuning in from Grimsby, Ontario, where it is 3:19 a.m. Holy moly. Otto is tuning in from Thailand. Good evening or good afternoon. Midnight Arrow tuning in from Finland. Good morning. Daniel, yo, goedemorgen. Doing well indeed. Thanks for asking. Hope the same goes to you all. Goes for you all. This is privilege style, flying for Surinam Airways. Arriving from Paramaribo. It's an A330-200. 8.5 hours of flight time. 11-year-old airplane. First flight was in March 2013. Evelyn and her grandpa also back. Hold up. Right now together with a few people further ahead. The only people over here right now. Now. Another airplane coming. And also a big thank you to Marco for 4 months of continued membership. Hatseflats, de tijd vliegt voorbij. Not sure how to translate hatseflats in English because that is a very Dutch, typical Dutch word. Time does fly. Thank you so much for your continued support, Marco. Dankjewel, man. Hope you still like it in the lounge. And if something isn't to your liking, let me know. Our next airplane is an A330 from Delta, flight 160, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 38 minutes underway. 17 years old. In the background, Qatar 777 arriving from Panama City. Good morning, Zivi. Kelly Cruz. Hey there, Lois. Good morning. Robin, goedemorgen, kerel. Mario, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen, liebe deutsch sprechende Freunde. Good morning, Peter, who's tuning in from Lancashire. Servus, Herr Wolf. Ooh, the Godfather. We have a new nickname for Wolfie, Austrian Wolf. Now the Godfather, coming with offers you cannot refuse. Good morning, Alan. Goedemorgen, Melis. Good morning. Blackburst, good morning. So here in the chopper, oh, that's pretty far out. Right, our next airplane, Qatar Cargo, flight 8154, arriving from Panama City. 777 freighter, 9 hours 23 minutes underway. 12-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in October 2011. Buenos dias, Senor Rodriguez. Good to see you again, Evan. Hope all is well. Top of the morning to you too. May the force be with me. Godspeed indeed. Hope all is well in Santa Monica, Evan. Morgen! Chris Coot is also here. I was just saying hi to Evelyn's grandpa, who is sitting on the bench further up ahead. Chris Coot is in the water. Looking around me, not much to be seen otherwise. Water is like a mirror. There is a little bit of wind though, just a little bit. Blowing from the south, I believe, southwest. Good morning to Aaron. And to Pan Pan. En Dziendrobri to Ted as well. Wilbert, goedemorgen. Happy Saturday to all. Got another heavy coming in. I think traffic to center has stopped. I might have to update the ticker in that respect. We'll do that after the next landing, I think. Yeah, the next airplane still further out. This is TUI flight 356, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 7878 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 16 minutes. Underway, 9 years old, first flight March 2015. Alright. While we're waiting for the next airplane to arrive, let's also do a little assessment of the situation. Wind blowing from the south, more or less, handful of knots. It's CAV okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. It's 11 degrees Celsius, just 52-ish Fahrenheit. No significant changes expected. Well, runway usage needs to be updated. Right, dual departure runways and just Polderbaan for arrivals. The Orange Pride flying in the vicinity of Lyon, arriving from Cape Town, expected around 10:30 in an hour or so from now. 747's underway, but I'm thinking most of them will arrive late. 4:52 p.m. This one 2:30, 3 o'clock. This one we might get to see. Suparna arriving around 1:45. Probably might still land on Polderbaan before 1 o'clock. Between 1 and 2, so probably landing on center is the Emirates A380. This is probably also, yeah, late afternoon. So sadly, oh, yeah. Jesus has also landed. I think I missed the latest coming of Jesus, sadly. Then again, or is this Jesus? No, this is a Neo. Jesus is old school. This is the Guzzle. And the Guzzle will be the first butt shot of today's show, courtesy of EasyJet. But Jesus is in the country, so we all must behave. And also a big thank you to Kelly Cruz, who celebrates 6 months of membership, and she writes, 6 months already, can't believe it. Kelly, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope you still like it in the lounge. And thank you so much for your continued support. Very, very much appreciated. Now, good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Now, Marco, massive big thank you to you. Just now gifting 5 memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Marco. Marco, that is very generous of you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Let's quickly turn back. Embraer 195 SAS, arriving from Copenhagen. Good morning to Chris Hulla, who is tuning in from rainy Manchester. Well, we're also expecting rain later in the afternoon, showers from the south. But we should probably still be good here. Optimus Toaster, indeed, I missed Jesus. But he is present. You can feel it, you can feel his presence, so better behave. Probably going to be a short stay. Martin, goedemorgen. Sleven Pentic, good morning. Mr. Martin, good morning Lee. Tuning in all the way from Sydney. Buenos dias to Sebastian, who is tuning in from Zamora in España. And James, good morning to you too. Tuning in from Amstelveen. It's JG. Goedemorgen vanuit Drenthe. Goedemorgen terug. This is the G-Up. Having arrived from Manchester. Goedemorgen Joe Schmo, who is tuning in from San Diego. Yo yo yo. Goedemorgen Eppie, who is tuning in from Burgum in Friesland, in the north. Daniel asks, how is the garden going? Well, the grass is growing. I think I'm going to cut it for the first time this weekend. It's now well over 10 centimeters or 4 inches tall. So I also pulled on the turf. Also the shadowy parts closest to my fence, and yeah, I think that it has rooted sufficiently for me to be able to mow it for the first time. Got a hand mower, it's just 15 or 16 square meters, so it's just a small patch. Also now busy laying deck tiles with eucalyptus wood, or in the process of laying them on my roof, one of my rooftop terraces, the big one. And I need more rubber mats to place them under. They are a bit more flexible than I thought they would be, so they need more support, otherwise they'll bend through. And after that, I think I'm done with all the outside stuff. Still plenty of home improvement to do inside the house. The hallway needs some paint. The toilet on the ground floor too. But that's also stuff you can do on rainy days or wintry days, so not in a hurry with it. This is SAS A320neo having arrived from Oslo, giving us a butt shot. Good morning, Rasmus, who is tuning in from Finland. More Finnish viewers. And Slaven is tuning in from Banja Luka. Ronald, goedemorgen, good morning. Good morning, Sasha. Aida, goedemorgen, good morning. Flying to Istanbul from AMS tomorrow, excited? Well, you should be. Nice 3-hour-long flight. Which airliner will you be flying with? And Johan is tuning in from Terschelling. Goedemorgen Johan. Welling. Lovely airplane. Oh yes. Oh yes. Flight 8354 having arrived from Bilbao. Green part of Spain. Goedemorgen, the Night Rider. Good morning. Flying NL. Now, let's see. Another Vueling up next. We're lucky. Flight 8300 A321 arriving from Barcelona. Now, firefighters already did their patrol round. They were early this morning. I was early too, but they were even earlier. They have already returned. Fast turn to black and white for Han, yeah. Haven't seen him yet. He'll probably join later. Maybe I should highlight this arrival, especially for him, so that you can watch it on replay, spot the dot. Outbound to Trondheim, Embraer 190 KLM, flight 1151. Big picture overview. As you guys can see, we have cirrus clouds. More cloudy to the east. And also a bit cloudy looking south, west. Also, we're surrounded by high clouds. And there are showers, possibly thunder showers, expected later in the afternoon. But we should still be good. Goedemorgen Casper. Leen, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. What is up Alan? Good morning. Hope all is well with everybody. Vueling up next, flight 8300. It's an A321 arriving from Barcelona. And where is the next airplane after that? Flight radar seems to be rather empty. That is peculiar. Time for a coffee break? I don't know. Ah, Ida will fly on Turkish Airlines. Lovely. Daniel says that Air Canada Flight 808 is just under 20 minutes out. 777-200 long range. Is that the first next airplane? Is it really? Say je?
Ryanair of Croatian Airlines. Ze hebben een soort gevecht, denk ik.
Ryanair and Croatian Airlines are battling it out. Let's
Wie het eerst is. Ze zeggen eerst
filter on just inbound. Yeah. Well, time for a coffee break, ladies and gentlemen. It will be 10 to 15 minutes, I think, before the next airplane is going to arrive. Cue the elevator music. By the way.
Ik heb die Transavia, de nieuwste Transavia, die PHA heb ik gezien.
Ah.
Die is al,
is die al delivered? Oké.
Ja, langer. Die vliegt nu outbound naar, ja, weet ik niet.
Oké. One of Transavia's own A321 Neos already operational, the PHYHA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kalamata.
The others are lease airplanes. The PHYH, Z, Y, and X. They start at the end of the alphabet. Transavia's own airplanes will have letters that start at the beginning of the alphabet as last letter of the registration. The construction site, well, it's Saturday, obviously empty. Blinds are closed. Power supply. Plenty of Dixies. Security camera. See that the bird controller is taking the opportunity to do a runway inspection.
Okay. Croatia is winning the flight.
And it seems that Croatia is winning the battle. Right. In the meantime, departures take place from runway 24. KLM 737 just took off. Still have just inbound filtered. Let's do both inbound and outbound so that I can see the details. Going to Glasgow. Flight 937. Well, Schiphol Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world, or so they say. Even that does not guarantee continuous activity, as we also saw the day before yesterday. Looking at picturesque Haarlem Schalkwijk, the high rises of the neighborhood called Schalkwijk, part of the city of Haarlem. Radio tower, which is located east of the center of the city of Haarlem in a part called Spaarnwoude. Also the IKEA, the local IKEA is over there. These two buildings used to be a sugar refinery. I think now still used for meetings and congresses. Halfweg. I think the town is called where that is located. Now, not much wind, as you guys can see. Water is also almost mirror-like. We did see Chris initially, Chris Coot. However, he seems to be gone. Not sure if he is joining other Coots further north. There don't seem to be any at the moment. That's not a bird. Seems that the birds are now more south of me.
Ryanair gaat het niet winnen. Absoluut niet, hij maakt een loop.
Oké.
Was jij best gevallen?
Zei je?
Hoe laat was je al hier?
Uurtje of 8 denk ik?
Uurtje of 8?
Nee.
Ik wou net zeggen.
Ja, nee. Nee, even denken, 9 dan.
Ik wou net zeggen, als je om 8 uur was, dan ben ik... Toen was ik nog half wakker.
Het is zomaar droog, aardig weer,
Ja.
niet stralend, maar genoeg licht.
Right.
Ze hebben een nieuwe race ingezet.
Oh no.
Ik kende jouw auto aan de wieldoppen.
Right. The Godfather is asking how the ground crew is doing today. Thumbs up.
Dat is nu een head-to-head race met Air Canada in plaats van Ryanair.
Right, Air Canada flight 808 is in the vicinity. I'm wondering if we would be able to spot it. I think visibility should be good enough for us to be able to see it. Although the backdrop is a bit hazy. Well, not hazy, but white. Jij ziet hem?
Ik zie hem
Links of rechts van de radiotoren?
links, heel erg links. Hij zit bij die flatgebouwen daarboven. Die flatgebouwen achter die bomen, daar zit hij precies boven. Het is heel moeilijk.
Right, it's already hard to see, Evelyn is saying. Zit hij al in de buurt van de radiotoren?
Hij zit hier boven die plank, die donkere bomen, nu voorbij. Ik zou zeggen, blijf naar dat gebouw naast de radiotoren kijken, want hij gaat er nu bijna, hij komt er nu precies op af. Het gebouw naast de radiotoren.
Building next to the radio tower. Let me also crouch behind the laptop so that I can see better what you guys are seeing.
Nu precies boven.
Voorbij de radiotoren?
Nee, bij het gebouw wat er net naast stond, maar hij gaat nu precies boven.
If you just tuned in, Evelyn and I are trying to... Well, Evelyn is already seeing Air Canada, I am not. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's now, it's crashing into the radio tower. That's Air Canada flight 808. Right, that is going to be the first next airplane.
Ja, ik denk het wel. Ja, Kroatië gaat niet winnen.
777, 200 long range. If I recall correctly. Let me also open up flight radar. Arrival from Toronto, Canada, 6 hours 44 minutes underway. It is the 200 long range. "16 years old, first flight January 2008. Oh. Also good morning T-Mac. Good morning Frank. Chin Chun Lo, good morning. Michael, who is tuning in from Kenya, good morning. Johan, goedemorgen. Hey, Jendrosek. En goedemorgen Robin en Martin. Right, it's about to turn to the glide slope. Going back to the top end of optical zoom. think we might get a combo shot because behind it the Croatia Airlines A320 is also queuing up. Where are we? All right, so this is already the glide slope. Well, maybe not. Thought we would be able to see a combo shot, but not seeing the Croatia just yet. Also a very big thank you and warm welcome to Collider, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live, Collider. I hope you will like it in the lounge. You now have all the custom emojis at your disposal. Use them and use them whenever you see fit. Now, really thought we would be able to see an A320 somewhere behind it. Maybe I'm missing it or it's not visible for some reason. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really faint. Not the best contrast to see airplanes on the glide slope, sadly. But there is a 2-airplane glide slope shot. And the third airplane is approaching. Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena, arriving from the left. If it is flying sideways, we might be able to pick it up a bit. I'm not sure. It's always hard to estimate where these airplanes are based on flight radar because that is sometimes a little delayed, sometimes even totally off. We've had it happen that the A380 landed on Polderbaan, but flight radar said it was landing in Haarlem, west of us. So, oh yeah, there it is. 3 airplanes on the glide slope almost. Third being a Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. Also a massive big thank you to Austrian Wolf, the Godfather. Dankeschön for 5 gifted memberships, totally unnecessary because you're doing more than enough to support the channel as a moderator as it is, so really you shouldn't have, but thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. Be sure to thank Austrian Wolf for your gifted membership if you are one of the recipients. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Air Canada is about to land on Polderbaan, flight 808, arriving from Toronto. 777-200 long range, 6 hours and 49 minutes on the way from Toronto to Amsterdam. 16 years old. Looks clean, the flaps. Goedemorgen Christian, good morning Aeolus Capital, good morning James, Martin, Dennis, Marcel, who else is in the chat? Well, good morning one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is the Polderbaan, used as only runway for arrivals. We had to wait a little. Rare moment of nothingness. Now 2 airplanes on the glide slope. Up first, Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb in the Star Alliance livery. It's an A320, 1 hours and 29 minutes underway, 20-year-old airplane, the 9A CTO. First flight was in February 2004. Yo, what the F? What the F? Captain Jerry, good morning, mate. And what the fuck? Gifting 10 memberships coming in with a bang. Jerome, thank you so much. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. That is very, very generous of you, mate. Good to see you. What a way to come into the chat. Amazing. And good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Should have known we would be seeing you again today with glide slope shots. Jerry never misses an opportunity to take in the glide slope shots. But we need to be careful. Jesus is in the Netherlands. We'll be leaving soon, but we have to behave. Next up, KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena. 7879 Dreamliner, 9 hours and a minute underway. The BHH. 16 years old, first flight August 2016. 7 years old, sorry. Now, Martin, also a massive big thank you to you, mate. Very generous super chat there. Thank you so much for that. No accompanying text, but thank you so much, man. Very much appreciated. Very generous of you. What an amazing start of the day. It is getting more cloudy here. Rain is expected later in the afternoon. I think we should be good. I also intend to stick around until around 1:30 if I recall correctly. I saw that Air Transat was also underway again. Arriving from Canada around 1:15 I believe. And also the Saudia Dreamliner in the new standard livery. So the white version with green is also coming. And that was expected around 1:30. I intend to let that be the last airplane of today's show. Our next airplane to arrive, arriving from Southampton, is KLM flight 1070. It's number 175, 54 minutes underway. PHEXR, 6 years old, first flight October 2017. Let's have a quick look at what we are expecting. The Orange Pride, KLM Orange Pride arriving from Cape Town, is still expected around 10:30, is approaching Belgium, so half an hour out. Suparna Airlines is expected around 1 o'clock. The Emirates A380 is scheduled 5 minutes later. If it catches up more time and is expected to arrive before 1 o'clock, we might even see it land on Polderbaan. Though don't get your hopes up too high. 2:37, 3, this is all later, sadly. Quite a few queens coming, but they're all expected later. There were a couple of specials also underway. think Sun Express or something, with the Prague loves you or something. Special livery. And a little butt shot from the KLM City Hopper, the Embraer 175. The Godfather has to go. See you later, man. You have a nice one too. Enjoy the day, mate. Austrian Wolf will become a Godfather today, so that will be his nickname from now on. Austrian Don Corleone. Making you offers you can't refuse. But you have to talk with a hoarse voice as well then. Goedemorgen Matt. Good morning Big John. Brody, good morning. Good to see you, mate. You made it. Hadi Niels, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. En groetjes van Lucas. Lucas, goedemorgen as well, who is also tuning in. Right, our next airplane. A dime in a dozen. Ryanair 737. However, Ryanair pilots sometimes do use their reverse thrust. Not sure that today will be one of those days. If the 737s do use them, if the reverser does get used, it does tend to get loud. So, fingers crossed. Let's look and listen. This airplane is arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. And a butt shot to boot. Now also a big thank you for your continued support, Captain Jerry's 13 months of membership. One of the first members of the channel. I think you and Rick Meester are the first couple, I think. Hope you still like it in the lounge, mate, and if something isn't to your liking, do let me know. And also Marco, once again, thank you so much, very generous super chat. And Marco writes, we're just happy with you, boy. For me, except the weekday broadcasts, then I cannot watch because I'm working while at work. Well, you have to prioritize things. Not getting fired also ranks pretty high on the priorities list. If that's what it takes, not watching the broadcasts on weekdays while live, so be it. Thank you so much for your kind words, Marco. Happy to have you as a viewer. If not live, then in the replay. This is an A319 arriving from London Gatwick, EasyJet flight 28674. Goedemorgen Dani, who is watching the cat. Il capo di tutti i capi. Esattamente. Good morning Roadhog. Jenske, goedemorgen. Good morning. Tuning in from Vechta. Herzlich willkommen. Niels is asking if Level is still flying to and from Schiphol. That's a good question I don't know the answer to. It is a good question to which I don't know the answer, I should say. All I know is I haven't seen them in my streams, I think, at all. This is United, flight 20, arriving from Houston, 777-200, 9 hours and 5 minutes on the way. Nice little wheelie. 25 years old, this airplane. First flight was in February 1999. Leo is tuning in from Zurich. Good morning. And Frank is tuning in from Limburg, probably. Goedemorgen. Good morning, Philip. Thank you for the kind words. Brody tuning in from Houston, or are you just telling us that the airplane was coming from Houston, Texas? Martinair, goedemorgen, good morning, good to see you. Sudips asks, have you seen the new Air India livery after the rebranding? Well, I've seen pictures of it, but I haven't seen an airplane with the new livery in real life yet. They always fly to Amsterdam late. They arrive late during the day, which is a time slot that I rarely am streaming. So I haven't seen it in the wild yet, but I have seen the pictures and I like their rebranding. Two airplanes on the glide slope, an Embraer 190 arriving from Berlin in the foreground, an A320neo arriving from Birmingham in the background. And there also should be a 777 turning in. I'm expecting that lower than the number 2. Oh yeah, there it is. 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg. Now, if you like 3 airplane glide slope shots, don't forget to drop a like if you haven't already. Like and subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future as well. We also have traffic flying overhead. That is a 737, I think. Yeah, going to Copenhagen. Let's have a look in the cockpit. We Love Wave asks, how's the wind today? Here's your answer. Hardly any. 4 knots or so. What wind there is blowing from the south, hence arrivals on Polderbaan, but at the moment the wind is nothing to write home about. Might pick up a little later in the day as the rain areas and the showers are approaching. That are expected in the late afternoon, arriving from the south. Possibly with thunderstorms. At the moment all is calm. Another 3 airplane glide slope shot. The 3rd airplane further behind. Narrow body arriving from Bucharest. Since it is flying behind the 777-300, it has to keep a bit more separation in regards to the wake turbulence of the triple. Easy Jet A320neo arriving from Birmingham. Goedemorgen Betty. Hey there Drew, good to see you again. And good morning to Sarah as well. Once again up early. Daniel says barely any wind. Ducks must be happy. Well, I'd ask them if they were here, but as you can see, bird life over here also seems to be non-existent. We did see Chris Coot earlier, but he also seems to have gone. I'll ask them once I get the chance and see them. This is KLM Flight 592, 777-300, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. What a gentle touchdown so far. Silky smooth. Hey Jackie, good morning guy. What is up? Not a lot of people. A couple of pedestrians. The occasional cyclists. Next to airplanes, A737 arriving from Bucharest and an A321 arriving from Munich. Howdy Wendy, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching Amos Live and my name is Boy. This is Polderbound runway 18 right. At the moment the only runway being used for arrivals. Weather is calm, hardly any wind. What wind there is blowing from the south, just a handful of knots. The Orange Pride is expected in 15 or so minutes from now. And there are several queens underway to Schiphol, but most of them will be arriving late in the afternoon. There's one from Suparna Airlines expected around 1 o'clock, which is coincidentally also the same expected time of arrival of today's Emirates A380. My plan is to stick around until around 1:30 or so. I'd like to see the Saudia Dreamliner in the new standard livery again. It's probably going to land on the center runway. It is expected around 1:30. Which also allows us to see the arrival of Air Transat, which is also flying to the Netherlands now, together with JetBlue, operating A321neos to fly from the United States, or in Air Transat's case, Canada, North America, I should say, to the Netherlands. Howdy Tomo, goedemorgen. QJ, good morning. Icelandair 767 also on its way, QJ says. Excellent. Looking forward to that. There were also a couple of other special liveries expected. Don't recall them from memory all, but there were a couple. First up, Lufthansa Flight 2302. Arriving from Munich in Bavaria in the south of Germany. A321, 1 hour and 3 minutes underway. "23 years old, this A321. First flight was in June 2000. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Nachbarn. And a little butshot to boot. Good morning, History Haven. Sick in bed, but this makes me feel good. Well, get well soon. And that's a good question, Frank. Where are the ducks? You tell me. I think I saw some movement in the canal in the vicinity of the bridge, but don't know. Oh yeah, there are a few, or just one over here as well. Right, let's have a look in a minute. First, let's watch the landing of KLM flight 618 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. It's an A330-300. Twelve-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. And what's that? That's the 777 to San Francisco taking off from runway 24. Now, we're not going to follow that because our next airplane arriving is nearly here. Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 8 hours and 14 minutes on the way. A330-300, 20-year-old airplane. First flight February 2004. There should be an Embraer 190 somewhere. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I see 3 airplanes on the glide slope. Right. That third airplane is a 777 arriving from San Francisco, though not from KLM but from United. Nice combo shot with the bird control vehicle. Come on, spool those reversers up. Attaboy, thank you. A little disclaimer, AMS Live cannot be held accountable for any loss of eardrums or speakers. Watch this content at your own discretion. Captain Eddie Boss, good evening mate, and Andian, good evening to you both. Hope all is well over there in Indonesia. KLM flight 1352 up next, arriving from Prague. QJ asks about the Delta A350 Olympic livery. Did it already land? I don't think it did. I have it marked on flight radar. There's an airplane of interest. Oh wait, there they are. Donald and Scrooge. And the bird controller trying to keep them away. Right, this Embraer 190 from KLM is arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague. An hour underway. 15 years old, first flight April 2009. evening, Saigon Live, who is tuning in from South Vietnam. Awesome to see so many viewers from so many different parts of the world. Welcome one and all. Hope you are enjoying what you're seeing so far. Our next airplane to arrive, San Francisco to Amsterdam. United Airlines flight 968. That is a tractor that will be passing by. Not sure how much the mic will pick it up because the mic is oriented in a different direction. But I'm guessing you'll be hearing it. And this airplane now touching down after just a bit more than 10 hours of flight. And it seems that we have a little wide body wheelie competition going on today. Pilots of the triples and the A330s vying for first place.
Orange pride visible.
Good morning, David Mackey, who is tuning in from Washington, DC. Good to see you. And Cassie is tuning in from Johannesburg. The orange pride is visible. Waar?
Ja, daar.
Bij de flats?
Bij de flats. Daarboven zit inderdaad. Hij vliegt nu over die gele weg. En dan komt hij zo meteen bij die lijn van bomen verderop. Ja, moeilijk.
Oh ja, ik zie hem.
Ach, mooi.
The orange pride has been spotted. Let me see if I can show you quickly. Yes, there it is. The PHBVA arriving from Cape Town. The 777-300 flying downwind to the north. Little difficult to spot, but we managed. Thank you, Evelyn, for letting me know. Next up, KLM flight 980, arriving from London City, 43 minutes underway. Embraer 190, 14 years old, 40 is a bit much. First flight September 2009. Now, absolutely missed that the pilot of the City Hopper was waving, Niels. I'm watching everything I'm doing on the screen of my camera. Don't have a separate monitor, although now that the mic is in the blimp, I might be able to place one with more brightness and a bigger screen. Huh, never thought of that before. So I'm watching everything I'm filming on a 3.5-inch screen with a lot of reflections, so I'm not seeing all the details, sadly. Unless I zoom in really extremely, which I didn't. First banana also coming to Polderbaan. And also a big thank you to Marianne for your super sticker per character flying, lifting some weights, saying keep it up. Thank you so much for your kindness, Marianne. I will definitely try to keep it up the best I can. Thank you so much for that. Very, very kind of you. Now, quickly back to the next airplane landing. It is KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. 49 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. The 737 is 24 years old. First flight was in April 2000. Actually be worth looking into. I used to have this in the way, the microphone, but now that it is detached from the camera, Maybe a monitor with a high brightness is something worth looking into. So much reflections always when you're standing out here. Also a massive big thank you to Raven Rock, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Raven, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. If you are one of the recipients of the memberships, don't forget to say thank you to Raven. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Optimus Toaster says that Jesus is taxiing, probably taking off from runway 24, most likely. Probably back to the United Kingdom. Jesus will leave the house, which means that we can be back to our mischievous behavior in a moment. Now, that is exactly why I've also placed a tracker in-flight radar on Jesus, so that I know when to behave when he's around and when we can misbehave. Here we have the first E2 Embraer of the show. Having arrived from Geneva. Let's quickly turn back to the Orange Pride. Ladies and gentlemen, members, get out your custom emoji. This is KLM Flight 598, the PHBVA Orange Pride 777-300ER, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 11 hours and 11 minutes underway now. The PHBVA is 16 years old. Its first flight was in January 2008. It's coming. It's coming to town from Cape Town. And also a massive big thank you to Sarah for 5 months of membership already. And Sarah writes, I love watching you in the early morning. Early in the morning. Read that back correctly. Thank you so much for your continued support. And I hope you will continue to like watching the streams for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular viewer, Sarah. Always nice to have you around. Now let's enjoy the landing of the Orange Pride. Give us a nice little wheelie. Another silky smooth KLM landing. See that Paul is also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Is it raining on your end of the North Sea as well? Hopefully not. No, there's still a bit more separation between the Orange Pride and the next airplane. Thought the next one was already really close, but it wasn't. I think I can hear the APU. Not sure if the mic picks it up as well. Right, Jackie has to go off to work on a Saturday, mate. Well, Godspeed then. Hey, Mr. Hendricks also in the chat. Goedemorgen, Han. Good to see you again. Hadi Sam, goedemorgen. Right. As the Orange Pride disappears behind the building of, what was it, the fire station? Yeah. The next airplane is already touching down. In KLM fashion, keeping up the speed, vacate late, so that they can be sooner at the gate. IT never sleeps. Absolutely not. This was A737 arriving from Copenhagen. Our next airplane to arrive is British Airways, arriving from London Heathrow, flight 430. Already the next airplane visible in the background. That's another 777-300, arriving from New York JFK. Now, spring is in the air and cyclists are on the cycling path, and so too is what seems to be an older gentleman on inline skates. Well protected, wearing a helmet. Good example to all to stay active even when you're a bit older. To which Evelyn sighs and laughs. That's life advice for you.
Ik moet nog ontbijten, joh.
Okay, well, I also still haven't eaten.
Ik had geen honger.
Well, I'm still on a diet, still intermittent fasting as one of the tools in the toolbox to get into a calorie deficit. First week is always hard, but then your body gets used to it and you won't start to get hungry until noon or beginning of the afternoon. Speedbird. Here, birdie, birdie, birdie. That was a departure from 1-8 left in the background. Aloha Jinshin. Jinshin asks about the Coots. Good question, mate. That's, I think there's the answer. Yeah, they're further to the south today. They're not in the vicinity, although hey, a few ripples in the water. Wind seems to be picking up ever so slightly. Good idea to update the ticker with the latest meter then after the next landing.
Je hebt nog niet eens Donald Duck gezien.
Well, I did see Donald.
Donald is net van het stukje hier zo in het water.
And Donald was over there on the other side. That's not Donald.
Imposter.
You're getting Donald and Scrooge mixed up. Or Huey, Dewey and Louie. Anyway, this is KLM flight 644 arriving from New York, JFK, 777-300 6 hours and 43 minutes underway. Is it going to be another greaser? I think yes. Yep, that's the winner of the wheelie competition thus far. Very nice. Holy smokes indeed. Well, if you like big ass wheelies, be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Really helps to grow the channel, plus it also allows you to turn on notifications so that you will get notified whenever I go live in the future. Also helps to spread this content to more aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves who might also be interested in live streams such as these. 3 airplanes visible in the distance. Embraer 175 arriving from Munich, A321 arriving from Athens, A320 Neo arriving from Malta. Oh yeah, forgot about updating the meter. Let's have a quick look at the latest weather, shall we? Well, in terms of arriving airplanes, 747 arriving from Nanjing. Oh, expected 1:45, making up time. Emirates A380, around 1 o'clock. That's an exciting time of day. Around 1 o'clock we usually transition to dual runways for arrivals, which would mean that the A380 would land on center. If the expected time of arrival is before 1 o'clock, there's a big chance that, or chances will increase that it is going to land on Polderbaan. The wind still blowing from the south mostly, has increased to 6 knots. Air temperature has risen to 13 degrees Celsius. And in the meantime, number 175 just touched down. So the air temperature is roughly 56 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Substantially cooler than the day before yesterday, when we had temperatures in the 20s C/70s F. Goedemorgen Adriaan and all others who have joined in the meantime. Now I did copy the Chris Jin. There you go, Chris Koot. Let me switch to autofocus so that it gets sharply in view. Doing a little bit of nibbling. While Chris is grazing, I am pasting that METAR into the ticker. Still CAV okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. Yeah, the Giulia Friuli. ITA Airways, Giulia Friuli, special livery number 4 on the glide slope. And this is Aegean, looking very sleek. Having arrived from Athens. Goedemorgen Christel, Mr. D, and all others who've joined in the meantime. Giulia Friuli, how could I forget? What a mistake to Micah to not mention that one in particular. One of the many special liveries that were inbound for Amsterdam today. Next up is going to be Air Malta. Yes, and that's Chrissy. Chrissy making a ruckus. Don't know why. No more fishy stuff in the canal going on, unlike the day before yesterday. A lot of procreation and splashes of carbs almost throughout the entire stream, if not completely throughout the entire stream. This A320neo is arriving from Malta. 2 hours and 50 minutes of flight time to get here. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in September 2019. Indeed, strange engine sound, Adriaan remarks. Are we in for a Maltese butt shot? I think we are. Ronald, goedemorgen. Klaas de baas, goedemorgen. And we could rename one of the Koots in honor of Jin. Jinshin de Koet. That would be nice. Hadi Sander, goedemorgen. Another E2 Embraer. up ever so slightly. Next up is Giulia, Friuli, the special livery from ITA Airways. Also a massive big thank you to Vital, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Very kind of you, very generous. Thank you so much. And also, if you are one of the recipients of Vital's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. And Vital, once again, thank you so much for a very generous 5 new members. It is Giulia, Friuli, arriving from Milan, the A320, flight 120. 1 hour and 22 minutes underway. A lot of details in the white part on the tail. Not as intricate as the special livery of Aero Mexico, the Quetzalcoatl. I think it has more details, but this also has a lot of details. The airplane is 14 years old. Irish registered, interestingly. Bellissimo aereo, bellissimo aereo. Everything you wish for is just a flight away. There you have it. Goedemorgen Eversteria, Martijn, goedemorgen. Aviation Now, good morning. Mike, goedemorgen, tuning in from Enschede. Here is Donald. Quacking away. Wah. KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. What is up, Donald? Speak to me, my friend. What? 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 Say what? He is such a gossip. Now, while we're checking in on the birds, I think this is Jinshin. However, let's not linger too long with Jin. Focus on the airplane landing next. This is Air Canada Flight 900. Air Canada is about to land, arriving from Montreal. 7878 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 13 minutes underway. 9 years old, first flight May 2014. Whoa. What have we here? Was that Daisy? I think it was. It was a bit too late. Was it Daisy? Donald and Daisy and K4. Jinshin now in the water. Doing some morning cardio. Servus Peppi. And good morning Bisnovat. Jorrit, goedemorgen. And good morning Michael. Goran is tuning in from Geneva. Good morning. Welcome one and all to the Saturday show. Another ITA, not the Giulia Friuli, sadly. Wish there were two, but we'll have to make do with a regular quote-unquote A321neo arriving from Rome. Flight 108, 1 hour 55 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, began flying last October. Che bello. Quest'azzurro mi piace molto. And a nice Italian butt shot to boot. Right, well, from dark blue to bright yellow, it is time for a shot of potassium with this banana DHL A300-600 arriving from Madrid. I'm thinking, will there also be a second one arriving from London Heathrow?
Oh nee, dat is deze denk ik.
No, this one is coming from Madrid according to Flight Radar.
Wat is dit? Waar is die?
Good morning Gordon, who is tuning in from Canada. Evert, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. This banana is arriving from Madrid and has taken 1 hour and 58 minutes to get here. The airplane has been flying since September 1994, ladies and gentlemen. I think September 1994 is when I first went to high school as a brugklasser. First year of high school.
Die andere heeft iets van 8 minuten nodig om te komen.
Oh, so the second banana is also coming in. Nice. Overkill of potassium. What was the other nickname? Mustard and ketchup? That one also has a nice ring to it. Mustard and ketchup. Indeed, hot dogs. Buongiorno Filippo. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Right, let's see. Ferdi, goedemorgen. What's on the glide slope? Let's have a look. Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen and an A320neo arriving from Prague. And another 777, now number 3. Oh yeah, flying together. Third airplane is a 777-300ER arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad. Hannes, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Bavaria. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen, liebe deutsch sprechende Freunde. Schön, dass ihr auch wiedermals dabei seid. If you're new to the channel, feel free to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it's always appreciated. A lot of people are watching and all of them are friendly and a lot of them are knowledgeable. Is this Captain Wheelie? No. Yes? No. Don't think it is. If it is Captain Wheelie, he's having an off day, or she. And Giulia thought I was in my 20s. Well, if you look at me That's what people sometimes still think. Or in my early 30s, I look way younger than the calendar and my passport say. But that's because I sold my soul to the devil in exchange for eternal youth. I'm like Peter Pan, except I don't fly. Right, our next airplane is an A320neo arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. EasyJet flight 27926. And hey there, Petrikov. Melski is coming over soon. Excellent. When you're in the vicinity, do come and say hi. I'm always busy streaming, so you have to say hi. Just interrupt me from my workflow. Often people are standing still behind me, so I don't necessarily pay attention when somebody is doing that. Quick glimpse of the butt shot, and then it is back to the triple. Yo! John, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. John writes, loving the KLM wheelie competition today. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I hope we'll see another contender right now. Thank you so much for your super chat there, mate. Very kind of you. Very generous. Let's see. Is this another wheelie competition competitor? It's been a while since we saw long, really long wheelies from the heavies. And it's not the winner, but it is. Sorry? Coast Guard. Coast Guard is also flying the Dash 8-100 out to do some patrolling. Nou.
Als de Smartwings met de Prague livery, die gaat naar Center.
Smartwings with the We Love Prague, that's it, the We Love Prague livery is going to Center, so the upshot is we will see it nicely from the side. If the heat distortion doesn't distort it too much.
Volgens mij vliegt die van Transavia, want daar had het Transavia call sign.
Okay, could be.
Wat ik zag.
Could be. Call sign seems to indicate that the airplane is now flying for Transavia today. Goedemorgen zonder zorgen. Groetjes van Berlijn. Zoe Cookie is writing. That's a nice one. Good morning without a care in the world. It doesn't translate good to English, but it nicely rhymes in Dutch. Our next airplane is from Transavia, arriving from Verona. Flight 5466, 737-800. Bodo Joho says good morning from Germany, good morning, and good morning to Nicholas. Gordon asks, which is more exciting, the takeoff or landing? Well, the engine sound of departures when you're standing here is unlike anything. However, when you do departures, you do have more slow periods than when arrivals take place, even though we did have one this morning. Arrivals I personally prefer but that's also because when there's a bit of wind you get crabbing, and it's a nice demonstration of the pilot's skill to see the touchdown. You also have more chances of go-arounds when you're filming departures. You might get an aborted takeoff. Then again, they don't happen very often anymore. Right, this is KLM flight 1902 arriving from Vienna, 737-900. And the first airplane going to the center runway is also approaching, which means ticker needs to be updated with respect to runway usage. Let me have a quick look, see if that is already... Have they updated it? Not yet, but I'm thinking it's going to be this one landing, and just this one for departure. So I'm going to update the ticker regardless. Jesus has left. Jesus is going back to London Luton and has left the country, so we can misbehave once again. We're in the clear. Right, I'm going... Oh! I forgot to update runway usage, and now I don't have to update it anymore because it is now the current configuration. There you go. It's just like fashion. If you wait long enough, something that was in fashion will come back into fashion again. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid is up next. It's an A320, flight 3722. 1 hour 59 minutes underway. 16 years old, first flight October 2007. Easy muck. Giving us the butt. First airplane to center. Embraer 190 KLM. We're quickly turning back for banana number 2, arriving from London Luton this time. Okay. Last time I was here doing arrivals on a Saturday, it was also arriving from London Luton. So it's coming from London, but it used to be Heathrow, now it is Luton. Flying NL says, what is the meter called that you're using? It's a website, Meter Tough, I think. Let me have a quick look. Meter Tough. Ik doe het ook al. Copy pasting it. Easy. There you go. Hey there Caroline, good morning. Good to see you again, hope it was well. And all other viewers who have joined in the meantime as well, good morning. Our next airplane landing on Polderbaan is the second DHL A300-600 of today's show. Arriving from London Luton, 46 minutes underway. It's the D-A-E-A-T. What a registration. Another airplane that is from 1994. The other one was from September. This one is from July. 29 years old. Nearly 30. I was still having a summer holiday before I would go to high school in that month. What were you doing back then? July 1994. airplane in the background was just a little bit too low already. Did not allow for a nice combo shot, but we are getting a butt shot of the DHL banana. A 29-year-old mature butt shot. Captain Jerry says I like 30-year-olds. Don't we all? Hey there, Jake. Good morning. Indeed, gezellig again. Also more gezelligheid. If you look on the cycling path, more people are joining today. Still a week of school holidays, so I think those people have slept in. A320neo arrival from Geneva. Zei je? Playtime and Smartwings, special livery, landing simultaneously. That doesn't necessarily have to be an issue if they are spaced such that I can transition from the one to the other. We'll have to wait and see. We'll find out soon enough. Now also a big thank you to Evan for your super sticker, mate. Moo. No, that's part of that's still part of your new name. I was about to say moo, but a hot dog with ketchup is the super sticker. Thank you so much, Evan. Very much appreciated. I cannot remember the last time I ate a hot dog because I turned vegetarian at age 11 or 12 or so. So that's now almost 3 decades of vegetarianism. They do make better tasting replacements nowadays, so who knows, after my diet might give one of those sausages a try for a hot dog. Right, KLM 100 years. 787-10 Dreamliner. Flying today is KLM flight 636, returning from Las Vegas. What? 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 That's me? Yeah? What? I know you're thinking, who's that weird guy talking to me? What? What's that I'm hearing? What? 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 Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Right, back to auto, manual focus. Ladies and gentlemen, get out your playtime emoji. Also, make sure that that butt shot emoji is nearby. It is our next airplane. Daniel has to go. Happy Saturday to you too. Hope to see you again during the rest of the weekend, hopefully. Alrighty. Arriving from Reykjavik today with the A320neo. It is play flight 460. background, landing on center, we have a special livery. Nice, easy transition, good timing of the airplanes. This is the Prague Loves You special livery, flying for Transavia, Smartwings, arriving from Bari. Well, is that in the making, a combo shot? Let's see. Nah, don't think. Nah. Righty. Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, Embraer 190 arriving from Nice, which is nice. Donald flying away. KLM flight 1474. Squeaky brakes. Don't duck with me, boy. Absolutely, hon. I think that is what Donald was thinking. And then he said, duck you. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Squeaky hopper, indeed, Frank. That is a nice one, squeaky hopper. So we have Britty hoppers and squeaky hoppers. And at the moment, am I seeing that correctly? No, there is another airplane coming. There it is. A bit hard to see. In the meantime, it is narrow bodies rush hour, both to the Polderbaan and to center. A slew of narrow bodies is coming in. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1662 arriving from Bologna. Peter K, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. BBN all white A321 is approaching center, arriving from Istanbul as the next airplane. You can see just how beautiful this airplane is. So many details in the livery. Meanwhile, the airplane went out of stealth mode now and is about to land. KLM flight 1042, Boeing 737-700, arriving from Birmingham. 45 minutes of flight time. BHBGF, 15 years old. Its first flight was in October 2008. And then another A321 going to center. Air France flight 1444, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Normally around 40 to 45 minutes of flight time, and this flight has taken 47 so far. Flight times of Luxembourg to Amsterdam, Paris to Amsterdam, and London to Amsterdam, roughly 40 to 45 minutes for all three. Then you have Dublin and Danish destinations. No, Denmark is also... Was it also an hour? Dublin is around an hour. Copenhagen 2, I believe. Helsinki, Finland, around 2 hours of flight time from Amsterdam. And Athens and Istanbul, both roughly 3 hours. Morgen Erik. Alejandro, good morning. Hello there. Hope all is well. Our next airplane landing on Polderbaan is an Embraer 190 arriving from Brussels. Nose wheel quite high. Is this Captain Wheelie? No, it isn't. Let's have a look in the cockpit. Little wave back. First officer waving. Right, what is up next? Austrian, arriving from Vienna. Going to center. Austrian Airlines flight 379. It's an A320, 1 hour and 21 minutes underway. 16 years old, first flight April 2008. Goedemorgen YouTube. Navy Jack, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Happy Star Wars Day. Is it Star Wars Day today? Didn't know that. More Embraer 190s landing on Polderbaan. Having arrived from Norwich. Now, big picture wise, still cirrus clouds in the sky, looking to the south. Nearby, a bit more blue. Looking further to the south, a bit more cloudy. Wind is picking up. It is blowing from the south still, southeastish, southeastish. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what it looks like. Still a lot of verticality in the chimney smoke, so not too windy yet. Now we have a parallel arrival. Pegasus A321neo is approaching center, and approaching Polderbaan is a 737-900 arriving from Edinburgh. I think it will allow us to transition from one to the other. Okay, May 4th is Star Wars Day. Excellent. I did not know that. Over here in the Netherlands we have different things to celebrate on May 4th and 5th. I think I now also understood Evan's earlier reference to May the Force be with you. I thought it was just a funny way to say hi, but Now I understand. It is Star Wars Day. Over here tonight it is Remembrance, I think it's called. Where the casualties of the Second World War and I think also the wars after that are remembered. And then tomorrow it is Liberation Day. Now it's a Sunday tomorrow, but these days in the Netherlands only once every 5 years is it an official holiday. Only in years that are multiples of 5, so the zeros and the 5s is the day off, otherwise it isn't. Our next airplane is arriving from Panama City, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, flight 758, 9 hours and 9 minutes underway. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight, November 2019. Good morning, Interflug spotter, and all others who have joined in the meantime. I hope everybody is doing well and is having a nice weekend. Another airplane to center. It's a 737-800 KLM flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm. One hour and 34 minutes underway. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in December 2019. Embraer 190 up next, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. That's a good question, Adrian. Will Schiphol also be quiet at 8 p.m., which is when the country is having 2 minutes of silence? Probably they will be. Hey there, Grace. Good morning. Good to see you again. Doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you. This is KLM flight 1136, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. It's an Embraer 190, flight time 1 hour and 10 minutes. Here I was saying that flight time was an hour on average. You're being slow, mate. Embraer 190. First flight was in November 2008, making this 15 years old. Hi, Diddley-o. Right, well, if you like Embraer 190s very much, you're in luck. Another one is also going to center right now. Having arrived from Stavanger. 1 hour and 7 minutes underway. Right, one more Embraer and then it is time for another heavy. A Delta A330, now number 2, Delta Airlines flight 162. The Embraer 175 in the foreground, arriving from Bristol. KLM flight 1076, it's the FEXO PHEXO, which is 6 years old and had its first flight in June 2017. Butt shot, here it comes. Ooh, sweet. Evan says that the Antonov arrived at LAX yesterday. Did you go out to see it yourself? That's quite a sight to behold. Now, next up is Delta Airlines flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330-300. Flight time of this airplane, 7 hours and 40 minutes as we speak. First flight of this airplane was in December 2006, making this airplane 17 years old. And I'm seeing a jet blue on flight radar behind this airplane, arriving from Boston. First, let's look and listen. Yeah, that made us a bit more deaf again. Ah, pity, man. Work until 3 p.m. and it arrived 3:30. That's a pity, man. Were you able to see it after work or did it left already? Alrighty, jet blue in the distance. A321neo arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. On its way. Now let's have a quick look. Is that the entire pipeline? It does seem to be the only airplane arriving to Polderbaan for the time being. Also a 737 arriving from Paris. Seems to be the only airplane now approaching center. There's definitely more traffic coming this way, looking west on flight radar, including an A330 arriving from Bonaire. H-Man asks, what is the most unique plane you have spotted? That's a tough question. I think back in the day Concorde, as it once visited Amsterdam and was flying back to wherever it was going back then, and flew over my house. Made such a terrible noise. That was really impressive. Now, if you're also allowed to use or answer helicopters, there was this Apache that was flying past us here not too long ago while streaming that I also thought was impressive, because you don't ever see them in this part of the Netherlands. At least I haven't. Goedemorgen Lieve, good to see you again mate, hope all is well, happy Saturday. Also Falco Flipson, goedemorgen, good morning. Yeah. Russell was making a bit of a ruckus. See that Mr. Cole is also back in the chat. Good morning, Lance. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Now, our next airplane flies base somewhere over there. I don't know exactly where. Trying to see if I can spot it visually. Bit hard to see with the whitish backdrop. I think I have it. No, which lantern did I see it fly over? That's the question. Ah, there it is. Gear already down. It is a Transavia. Looking pixelated AF because I was almost at 400 times digital zoom. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. This is Transavia flight 6224. Arriving from Malaga, 2 hours and 29 minutes underway. 12-year-old airplane, first flight April 2012. Now I'm also thinking it is 11:30, normally around 11:40 if I recall correctly, the runway usage changes, which would mean that the transition would be to a single runway for arrivals operation. I'm thinking maybe, let's see where the Embraer 192 arriving from Hanover will be assigned to. In the meantime, K2 is passing us by. Female driver did not see me wave. Right, A320 Neo is also coming this way, flying along the coast. Looking left of me to see if I can spot it already. Though with the milky white backdrop, it is harder to spot the airplanes today than would otherwise be the case had the sky been perfectly blue. The Embraer 190 arriving from Hanover is also going to this runway. We can update the ticker in terms of runway usage and assume that this is once again now the only runway for the arrivals, which I think we can. Yes. Airplanes from the east also coming to the Polderbaan means that runway usage can be updated again. I'm thinking the runways being used for departures right now will be a 18 left and 24. The arrivals will only take place on 18 right. Probably until 1 o'clock or maybe a little bit earlier, which makes it interesting with respect to the arriving A380, which is now in Hungarian airspace and has an ETA of 110. Suparna arriving 12:44 will probably land on Polderbaan. Now, if you've enjoyed the stream so far and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like and be sure to subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future. 2 Embraer 190s from KLM up next. The first one being flight 954, arriving from Newcastle. 54 minutes of flight time. It's the PHEXA FEXA, 10 years old, first flight December 2013. Wind continues to pick up, which is not unexpected. Today, later in the afternoon, precipitation was expected. Rain showers, possibly even with thunderstorms, arriving from the south. Now looking to the south, it also starts looking a bit more cloudy / dark. Nothing to be immediately concerned about, but you can definitely see the weather change approaching. I'm also hearing the Dakota DC-3, so I'm going to skip the rest of this landing and show you the 79-year-old Dakota, which is doing a tour flight DC-3 from the Dutch Dakota Association. Almost at the top end of digital zoom, hence the pixelation. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. But then you don't see as much of the details. Doing tour flights over the flower strip, the Bollenstreek, Keukenhof area. The second consecutive Embraer 190 from KLM, arriving from Hanover, flight 1788. 34 minutes underway to get here. 8-year-old airplane. Sadly not a wheelie competition competitor. Today's winner still a 777 pilot from KLM. However, we do get a little butt shot now. I'm also getting a notification by PayPal of a PayPal donation by Dylan Salden. Dylan, thank you so much. I hope you are watching and can hear me say thank you. Thank you so much for that, Dylan. Very kind of you. Jane says, look, a dinosaur. Indeed. In relative terms, absolutely ancient airplane, but still flying, at least for now. I do believe that the Dutch Dakota Association is going to stop with the tour flights later this year, even I think in summer or after the summer. So the window of opportunity to take one of those flights is closing. The first next airplane is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Nice, which is nice. It is underway now for 1 hour and 36 minutes. It's the OELSM Austrian registration. 1-year-old airplane. Its first flight was back in July 2022. Good morning to Ian, who is tuning in from rainy Manchester. Impressive DC-3, keep up this good stream. I will definitely do that. Thank you for your kind words, mate. Good morning to Harry, tuning in from Antio, Canada. Good morning to Oliver, who is tuning in from Liège, Luik. And also a good morning to Tiger. Good to see you again, hope all is well, happy weekend. H-Man says that the flights to go on the DC-3 are already fully booked, sadly. So, no more chance. Also a big thank you to Tiger, who celebrates 8 months of membership, and she writes, look at this, 8 months member already. Thank you so much for your continued support, Tiger, and everything you've been doing as a moderator since you've become one. Now for you to applies if something isn't to your liking with regards to the Aurora Skylines, do let me know. Let me see if I can fix it then. This is Transavia flight 5792 arriving from Preveza. 737-800. And yes, Levi plane spotting, a DC-3 did just take off, absolutely. Now, Japanese characters whose name I know a little bit of Russian, the Russian letters, but unfortunately not a lot of Japanese. But he or she says, I have subscribed to your channel, Osaka International Airport. Thank you so much, and welcome to the show. It's evening, so that's konbanwa then. Over in Japan. Right. Looky here, it is an A330. This is KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire. It's an A330-200, 8 hours and 33 minutes on the way. It's the PHAOE. Bouncy. Sprts says, love when the host says Krichmocha or something like that. Krichmocha. I don't recall having said that. Absolutely no idea what you're referring to. Also, Georgios, good morning. I did have Greek in high school, so I do know how to read Greek. Ish. Very slow. That's something I do on a daily basis. But at some point in time, I did know that Greek alphabet. Yo, what is up? The Ultimate is also back in the chat. Skana, mate. Alvin, you dickhead. Good to see ya. Our next airplane is an E2 Embraer, and behind that E2 is another heavy. Dreamliner arrival from Toronto. First up, an E2 Embraer 195, arrival from Manchester. Also an agricultural vehicle on the cycling path, passing by. KLM flight 1030 is this, 55 minutes underway. PH NXP, brand new, will turn 1 in June next month. Seriously big ass engines on such a small narrow body. Well, I mean the diameter of the fuselage, not so much the length. Donald and Daisy, here they are. Sadly, cannot linger too long on them, since we don't want to miss the next approaching airplane. KLM flight 696, arrival from Toronto, 7879 Dreamliner, 6 hours 46 minutes underway. Aaron, good morning. Plane spotting Australia, good evening mate. Tuning in all the way from Melbourne. Alvin is tuning in from Sydney. So I see that the Aussies are also well represented again. Right, let's see. Next up, Embraer 190, arrival from London City, A319, arrival from Bristol, Embraer 170, arrival from Humberside. Though I'm not yet seeing the number 3, is that missing? Oh no, it is very faintly visible in the bottom third. Now mate, stop it with the super chats. You're doing more than enough to support the channel as a moderator. No more super chats, no more gifted memberships from moderators. Hello boy, been a while, hope you're well. I definitely am. Slowly but surely we're getting more calendar conform weather, although at the moment you wouldn't say so because the sun is slowly disappearing behind clouds. But the day before yesterday we actually had summery weather. I'm hoping this is the beginning of more. Lord knows, I've been missing out on streaming far too often last half year. Well, I say Lord knows, but Jesus knows. Jesus already left. Jesus was in the country. I think it went back to he went back to Manchester now. which means that we can misbehave once again. This is KLM flight A984 arriving from London City. 46 minutes of flight time, Embraer 190. Let's have a look in the cockpit, shall we? Oh, authoritarian driver. Respect the authority of P3. Next up is an A319 from EasyJet arriving from Bristol, flight 25530. An hour and 6 minutes on the way. Another Austrian registered airplane, the OELQL. 15 years old, first flight January 2009. Goedemorgen Gerrit. Is it sunny in Rijnsburg? Huh. In that case you guys are having better weather along the coastline than we do over here, a bit more land inward. Although as the crow flies we're only 10 miles or so land inward over here. Oh, wanted to zoom out, accidentally zoomed in a little. Ah, Peter PDK also in the chat. Good morning. One of the many Peters that are in the chat. And thank you for your kind words, Mustafa. Schitterend om te zien, beautiful to see. Floris, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Next up is a Britty hopper. KLM flight 972, Embraer 170. Driving from Teesside or Humber? No, Humberside. 50 minutes of flight time for this Embraer 170 long range. The long range Embraer doing ultra short flights. 20 years old. And a little butt shot to boot. Now, there are a couple of heavies coming, but we will have to be a bit more patient. Have to wait through another couple of narrow bodies first. The first one being this Transavia 737 arriving from Palma de Mallorca, flight 5628, 2 hours and 12 minutes underway. Hardly ever do you see any of the Transavia airplanes do wheelies, do you? Don't you? It's a pity that they don't partake in the wheelie competition. Only now do I realize that for the first time, I think. You never ever see substantial wheelies from Transavia pilots, as if they're forbidden. Now also, Han, thank you so much for just now gifting 5 memberships. If you're one of the recipients, don't forget to say dankjewel to Han. And Han is saying that we're honoring those who sacrificed their lives for our freedom on this Remembrance Day in the Netherlands. Absolutely, 8 o'clock tonight, 2 minutes of silence, and tomorrow it is Liberation Day. Hey Han, thank you so much once again for your generous donation. Very kind of you, very generous. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships Han just now gifted. Next up, this one is arriving from Darlington. This is another Britty Hopper, KLM Flight 964. I do hear a turboprop overhead. I think I even see it. No, it's flying exactly in the vicinity of the sun. Little contrail, vaguely visible. Not worth spending too much time at. Mr. Jackson also back in the chat. Good morning, Michael. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Peter, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Nieuwegein. Servus Marcus. Tuning in from Austria. Herzlich willkommen. Captain Stephen, good morning. Kiki, hello. And Nicholas, good morning. Donna is off to collect our rescue puppy, who will be called Barry. What kind of puppy are you guys getting? Well, I'm thinking rescue dogs. Could be anything. Peter, goedemorgen. Flying NL. Good morning. Or did I already say hi to you? I don't remember. If I forgot somebody, my apologies. Also a massive big thank you to Captain Eddie Bos and to cousin Andian, 6 months of membership. And Andian is saying hello, I, Andian and Andy watching TV football, AFC, footy. Well, Andian and Andy, thank you so much for your continued support and enjoy the football match. Peter will be leaving on May 8th, 6:30 to Gran Canaria. Another early flight. Small, mixed little boy. Is that the first time you guys are getting a dog or a puppy, or did you already have one before, or several? Goedemorgen Ross in BC. All is well indeed. Thank you for asking. You're welcome. Glad to be out here again. Really hope that the last 6 months were an outlier in terms of the weather. So many days of rain and being able to stream but not being able to go out because of the weather. Hopefully this is the beginning of a long season of drought and sun. drought in the sense of absence of rain, not so much that everything, that harvests get ruined because of the lack of precipitation, of course. This was KLM flight 604, having arrived from LAX 7879 Dreamliner. And the weather change, you can see the beginnings, the first signs of the rain showers that are set to arrive from the south later in the day. Meanwhile, Donald doesn't give a duck. He also seems to be ignoring me. Or, oh yeah, of course, I didn't see Daisy there. Now, let's quickly turn back. Another Dreamliner is coming in. United Airlines. Flight 909. I always associate the numbers 909 with a drum computer from Roland. And incidentally, named after that, there's also a techno festival here that's also 909, called 909. So that's what I always associate these numbers with. Well, Falco, it's not the Donald. The Donald has orange hair, no orange skin, and odd hair. But incidentally, this one is also called Donald. I just know. He said it to me himself. Gerrit is already confirming that the weather change will take place late in the afternoon, the end of the afternoon. PJSBB asks, what camera do you use for this live stream? It's very good quality. Well, thank you so much. I think that also has to do with a good wireless modem so that you can stream the data with a high bit rate. It is 1050p, but that's because I want to film in 50 to 60 frames per second. It does have the capabilities to do 4K, but that's only in 30 frames per second. It's a Canon XA60. I also have a Canon XA40. Bought this one when the other one was in repairs, which they told me was going to take 6 to 8 weeks, but in the end only took 2 to 3 weeks or so. So now I have to stuck with using this one, even though they're both the same, with the difference of the number of pixels on the screen and in the electronic viewfinder. But yeah, it's a Canon XA60. It's a camcorder, not a system camera or a mirrorless camera, as they are called these days, I think. Oh, little fly on the edge of my little screen. Wish I could show you guys, but can look it right in the eye. Captain Eddie Boss and Edian are signing off. See you next time. Goodbye. And thanks for joining. Our next airplane is arriving from London Luton. It's not Jesus, it's Jesui. And Jesui is an A320 that is 9 years old. First flight August 2014. The flight from London Luton to Amsterdam thus far has taken 49 minutes, which is a bit longer than average. A couple of minutes. Bram asks if I ever caught a bird strike or other accident live. I did catch a tail strike once from a TUI, not sure was it a Max or 767, somewhere last year, but it was very subtle. And I only found out that I saw it after after somebody else notified me of it, because I didn't see it at the time myself. Luckily, no bird strikes did I ever see in real life. Wind is definitely picking up. After the next airplane, I think we should do another rundown of the latest METAR. Quickly before the next A330 is landing. Update of the weather. Wind is still in the south-southwest, southeasterly corner, and according to the METAR, 6 knots. Well, it definitely is picking up. I can tell you that from what I'm feeling here. Air temperature has increased to 15 degrees Celsius. That is roughly 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Easy way to calculate one to the other. Celsius degrees times 2 plus 30. The other way around, of course. Degrees Fahrenheit. Subtract 30, divide by 2. That will give you a reasonable approximation, although the higher the temperature, the more the deviation of the formula and the actual temperature. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 42 minutes it has flown. An A330-300. Let's look and listen. Nice. That's another decibel lost in my hearing. From now on you have to scream next to me, otherwise I won't be hearing what you're saying. No time to linger. Time for a 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. KLM Flight 744. 11 hours and 21 minutes. This one is underway now, and this airplane, the PHBVB, 16 years old, first flight March 2008. The PHBVA was delivered in January 2008. So this cousin is just 2 months younger. Yeah, Donald is also making a bit of a ruckus. Good morning to Love Calls and to Frans and Andy. Ari Safari, good morning. Say it?
Is Hans nog in de chat of niet?
Is Hans still in the chat? Evelyn is wondering. He definitely was just now. I think he still is. Yes, he is. He is.
10 minuten komt zijn vraag hoor.
In 10 minutes, one of his favorite airplanes? Well, let me see. I think I need to go into the menu if I need to. I'm not sure if I can even film black and white. We'll have to resort to filming in black and white, otherwise people will go crazy. 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador, now landing KLM flight 755, 10 hours and 36 minutes of flight time. Not the longest of wheelies, sadly. Hans says I love you too, Evelyn.
No problem.
Hey, Gin Cafe Spotter also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Long time no see. Donald and Daisy. Now, seems that Narrow Bodies Fest has begun again after these couple of heavies. Now it's back to a lot of narrow bodies. Let's see, 2 on the glide slope, 3 on the glide slope. Is there a 4th somewhere below? Don't see one just yet. Although there is definitely a 4th one approaching from the left in the distance. Our first airplane is a high carb special livery, German Airways. We know it as Choc-y. It is the German Airways Lycifer Chocolatory Special Livery. Have a look on their website. Lycifer is still a chain of chocolate stores in Germany. Looks yummy, albeit a bit expensive. Hey, that's a nice thing to look forward to, Jin. On a trip to Hong Kong tomorrow, taking the favorite airline Cathay Pacific, and not just any airplane, but the A350.
Oh,
Looking forward to that, I assume.
wat geluk.
Evelyn says, lucky bastard. She's not jealous at all. Chocolate. Bonbons. Watching Oprah sitting on the bed on the couch eating bonbons. That's Peggy Bundy for you. Our next airplane is going to arrive from Stuttgart. Another Embraer 190. This one also flying for KLM and also of KLM. KLM flight 1830. Phzy, Phezi. This airplane is 10 years old. Had its first flight in October 2013. Yes, Evelyn is here with me. She and her grandpa We're here the day before yesterday as well. And today too. Hello, hello. Oui, oui, Han, c'est un bon avion. Vraiment. Elvin says hi. Hello. Say it?
Ik wil wel eens wifi.
You want to wave? Okay, let me also change to autofocus, otherwise you won't be in view. Evidence says hi. Right, next up, KLM flight 1164, 737-800 arriving from Bergen. 1 hour and 20 minutes on the way. PH Boston Consulting Group, 5 years old. First flight March 2019. Big ass Wi-Fi hump. Everybody in the chat says hi. Federico, an Argentine watching from Perth. Federico Capellani, that sounds Italian, mate. Another German Airways with a strange flight number, ZQ9955. KLM 9955, Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow. 1 hour and 10 minutes on the way, an Embraer 190 AR. It's the Damwo. Didn't we already see the Damwo earlier in the stream? Where is it returning from? Glasgow, yeah. Might be... Now I'm just confused. Those the registrations do look alike a little. This is the Damwo, 16 years old, just as old as Choc-y, first flight January 2008. Damn, Damwo. Also, lest I forget, Evan, I read back the chat of... I almost always try to read back the chats because I regularly miss a lot of messages. Saw your joke about a G in the house. Missed it altogether when it happened, but I had to giggle really loudly. Took me a few moments to get it with the Aegean flight, but why did they call the police? Because there is a G in the house. Next level joke. Had to laugh really well, really was a good one. More German Airways up next. KLM flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. 56 minutes on the way. 15-year-old airplane. First flight January 2009, this one a year younger. Well, if there's no chocolate, I'm not interested. Suparna is entering Dutch airspace. I'm guessing it is going to be assigned to the Polderbaan. Now, Felix, also a massive big thank you for your super chat, mate. Thanks for bringing us the great airplane content. You're welcome, mate. I'm happy that you enjoy. And thank you so much for your super chat. Splashdown by Donald just now. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Anyway, no time to linger. Icelandair. Now, I don't recall who it was, but it was mentioned in the chat earlier that they are also sending over a 767 today. So this is one of their 2 airplanes then. Boring AF, if you ask me. If you had to come across somebody who thinks that this new livery is an improvement over the old one. But do report yourself if you are one of those people. I would love to meet you if you really think that the old livery is better, worse looking than this one. Now also a massive big thank you to Dave for your generous super chat and your kind words. Always good quality stream. I love it. Bedankt. Thank you so much, Dave. Also, thank you. Glad that you're liking the stream. I hope everybody does. Our next airplane. Well, let me see. Is that something I can fix? Is that something I can fix? Well, I'm looking in my menus now. I'm not seeing the black and white option here.
Sorry guys, nature.
I'm trying to go into black and white mode, but I cannot find it. Iris, gain, exposure compensation, the white balance. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, what's this? Oh no! Damn! It is Vueling flight 8309, A320 arriving from Barcelona, and it still has a yellow dot. No, but honestly, I was looking just out of curiosity if my camera would be able to film in black and white. Surely that must be an option. I will look that up for the next one. If I still have viewers left who will be returning to the next stream then. Well, first up is this German Airways flying for KLM, arriving from Basel on Embraer 190, flying as KLM flight 1944. 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way, Embraer 190 long range, 17 years old. First flight was in January 2007. So this one is a year older than Choc-y and the Orange Pride. Shamrock arriving from Dublin up next. Now, Alvin, mate, what the F are you doing? Coffee for all 3 of you, Dan, and a fudging generous super chat. Don't do that, mate. You're doing more than enough as this as a moderator. Thank you so much, Alvin, but that really was unnecessary. And also a big thank you to Andy Q for a very generous super chat, who writes, "Oh, go on then, I'll join the party." Thanks, boy. Excellent as always. Andy, cheers, mate. Very much appreciated. Glad you're liking the stream. I hope everybody does. And if you are liking what you're seeing and you haven't already, please drop a like, because this really helps to spread this stream to other aviation fans who might not have heard of AMS Live yet. Next up, Aer Lingus Shamrock. No rugby livery. but it is the new standard livery. Still undecided which I like better. I also like the dark green of the older livery. Then again, this also has something. Little butt shot to boot. And Evan already forgot he made the joke that I was referring to, which I also missed when it happened. That's, I think, the thing I regret the most, that the chat sometimes goes so quickly that I'm not able to see everything. Now also a big thank you to Alexander for your super chat, who writes good morning to AMS, great to see you again. Thank you so much, Alexander. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a good day so far. I hope everybody is. Next up is KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan. 737-700. BGM. Wasn't that a new movie studio or something? Oh no, that's MGM. Never mind. First flight February 2011, making this airplane 13 years old. Now next up, if you still have speakers and functioning eardrums left, be careful. We're in for a another potential loud one. Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Now zooming out, you can also see some cumulus clouds north of us. Clouds are changing a little bit, but we aren't going to see any precipitation anytime soon. Game plan today is to stay a bit longer than the arrival of the A380, because there's also a Saudia Dreamliner in the new standard livery, white and green, that I would like to see land. Probably will land on the center runway like the other time it arrived here. Air Transat will also be arriving around 1 p.m. So my plan is to be out for another hour or so, but in this hour Suparna 747 is expected and the A380 among others. Is that the Moomin special livery? Hard to see. Finnair A350 just took off from runway 24. Is it Moomin?
Yeah.
It is Moomin. Well, not as ballsy as the Mighty Mecco give it. Sadly already landed before I was able to film it.
Really?
Han is back. He's wondering if he missed anything.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, go down.
a few ballsy planes perhaps. And ESTR Johnson says we are standing left of you. There are many people over here. I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, okay. Great many people have gathered in the meantime. Our next airplane is a Corendon 737 MAX 8 arriving from Antalya, flight 1607. Sounds like the brakes of the MAX 8 also need a bit of WD-40. Nice little butt shot. Now the A350 will be passing overhead, but simultaneously an A350 will also be landing here. Corendon arriving from Curaçao. And simultaneously Finnair Moomin, well, passing through the clouds. Clouds are in the way. Clouds that weren't there before. I'm not seeing any Moomin on the rear end of the fuselage. Also wasn't visible on the picture on Flight Radar, come to think of it. So maybe it was saying Moomin, but the livery bit like with the Journey to the Future of Emirates for a time. Still was indicated as a special livery on Flight Radar, but it was a bland standard livery. Wheelie competition is continuing. But the winner still remains the 777 pilot of KLM. They definitely
Ik heb de wheelie. Yes, let's go.
Alrighty. Our next airplane is another regular narrow body, an Embraer 190 arriving from Frankfurt, KLM flight 1818, and behind it is another 737. Looks like it is back to the narrow bodies for now, but there are definitely heavies coming. Now, Evelyn, dankjewel. Thank you for your super chat. One super chat for Delta who just landed, my fave, smiley face. Evelyn, dankjewel. Thank you so much. Right, let's see. Quick look on Flight Radar for you guys. Suparna is already in Dutch airspace. Emirates A388 is flying over Kassel. And Jesus is flying from Luton to Jersey, so we can ignore Jesus. Jesus isn't coming. The EasyJet Jesus. Jesus did come to the Netherlands, but now... What? Suparna and Polderbaan? Yeah, that was to be expected. It is still landing before 1 o'clock. Die komt om 1:10 ongeveer.
En die gaat op Center landen.
Die gaat waarschijnlijk op Center landen, ja. Right, KLM flight 1818, arriving from Frankfurt. Embraer 190, 41 minutes of flight. It's the Faxi, 6 years old, first flight February 2018. Pretty sure we saw this one earlier in the stream as well, but then again, you do see these airplanes almost on a daily basis when you go streaming on a daily basis. Alan has to go. Catch you later, man. Cheers for the kind words. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, mate. Nice little combo shot, butt shot. Hey Siegfried, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet in the house. Our next airplane will be arriving from Corfu. Transavia, flight 5312. 737-800. 2 hours and 29 minutes underway. The PHHSK, 9 years old, first flight March 2015. Hey there, Boekie Meow, good afternoon, goedemiddag. And all others who have joined in the meantime. Ooh. Suparna 747 has been spotted turning on the downwind leg. Flying to the north. Goed gezien. Thanks, Evelyn. No, Chengdu dacht ik. Let's double check. Nanjing, sorry. Nanjing, Nanjing. China. Arriving from China. Yeah, definitely some lower clouds that we did not see earlier in the stream. Meter said 6 knots of wind. Thinking it is picking up a little bit more than that, but has been picking up to more than a little than that.
Oh, daar. Ja, nee, ik zie die 67.
7.6 ook al gezien?
Ja, de 67 zit nu bij die wolken daar zo links.
Die wolken.
Ja, die...
Could you be a bit more specific? They're over at those clouds. The 767, Evelyn is saying. Could you be a little bit? I need references on the ground, such as the tower.
Daar vliegt hij nu boven die lijnen, in de lucht.
Well, damn it, now I missed the landing.
Ja, het is zeker niet dat het
Yeah, that's true. Welke palen?
Ja, die zijn niet ophalen.
Okay.
Ergens in het noorden.
Oh wait, I do see it. There it is. Hey, is that the new livery?
Ja, helaas wel.
Man,
I don't like it.
I did not know that they updated their 767s to the new livery. That is such a shame of such a pretty airplane. Icelandair 767 making its way over, sadly in the new livery. Don't know why.
Van die oude beter.
I think everybody thinks the old livery is better.
Geen motoren, veel motor, echt niet
Hey there Jimmy, goedemiddag. Nee, dit is een andere Jimmy. Other Jimmy. Jimmy Pirate was in the chat in the beginning, and this is Jimmy Dignan, who was saying hi. Yeah, we also have several Jimmys, we have several Peters, a shitload of Pauls, only one Alvin, as far as I know. Hey there Johan, goedemiddag. Ik hoop dit gaat goed met jullie. That sounds like Afrikaans. Which basically is Dutch with a little bit of English.
Nederlands, maar dan op de Engelse manier, denk ik. De Engelse...
Yeah, Afrikaans and Dutch is very similar. Really similar. Christian says, my second name is Paul, does that count too? I'm afraid so. We already have too many Pauls, so you have to leave, Christian. No room for you. Right, our next airplane is a Icelandair 767-300. Sadly, in the latest livery, a travesty that they did that. Looked much better in the old livery. It's flight 500. The airplane, 26 years old, another millennial. First flight October 1997. 2 hours and 43 minutes underway.
Het is wel grappig, want Icelandair is van een soort oudige livery naar een meer gesimplified. En dan Emirates doet het omgekeerd.
Mate, cheers. But stop it. Winking face, winking face. Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks Alvin. Really you shouldn't have. Johan says, yep, Afrikaans, thought so. Only one Evan, the only one going to heaven. Are you also working as a rapper by any chance, Evan? Yo, MC Evan, the only one going to heaven. Spit some bars, why don't you? Right, 747 is also approaching. Can we see it? Yes, we can. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. Sandwiched in between the 2 heavy hitters is an Embraer 175, arriving from Kristiansand, KLM flight 1186. Well, there you go. It's a 767, but it is in the new livery, Icelandair. Wah, wah, wah. Instead of going retro, they just ruined what was an otherwise pretty airplane. Such a shame.
Volgens mij is Suparna, nee, Saudia is wel een soort retro livery.
No, that's the new standard livery.
Ja, maar het lijkt wel een soort retro-achtig.
It does look retro-ish, absolutely.
Deze gaan simplified. Emirates staat over op iets tussenin.
Emirates is basically the same, but with a ribbon tail.
Nou, er zit een soort ja, schaduw in, achter iets, zo'n shine zit erin.
Yeah, bit more structure.
Dit is gewoon ja.
Right, well, could film the landing of an Embraer 175, but at the risk of you guys disliking me for it, I'm going to stick with the Suparna 747. You will pick it up on the mic as it passes by the Embraer 175 in a few moments. Now this looks pixelated because I'm well into the digital zoom range of my camera. It only has 20 times optical zoom, so that's why it looks pixelated. If I go back to the top end of optical zoom, this is what you would see. Now it has to be said, the clouds do provide a nicer backdrop than just plain milkiness. That's a very specific number there, Evan, in 66 years from now. But thank you for asking. Alvin says we should give Evelyn a mic too. She says.
I'm good.
She's good. You can always talk into the voiceover mic that I have pinned on my jacket.
Het enige wat we gaan horen is waarschijnlijk commentaar over hoe ik Iceland livery niet heb. Van
Evelyn says no. Right. The first queen of the show, I think also the last queen, Suparna, arriving from Nanjing, China, flight 87413, 747-400, 10 hours and 35 minutes of flight time. Let's look and listen. Indeed, a few more nerve cells in the ear permanently lost. Yup, the upshot is it is getting more quiet. If you hear less, it's becoming quiet unless you get tinnitus or something like that.
Ja, nee, doe maar niet. Oeh, vervelend.
Wow. If you like queens like this, and you have it already, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps to grow the channel, also reach more people that are into content such as this. Her Majesty the Queen has landed, and boy did those flaps, those inner flaps, go up and down, back and forth. No flap fairings loose like with the Air China cargo back then. Tiger says not bad, but could be better. Well, the auditory part was definitely A+ over here from where we were standing.
Nou, ze moet definitely even door de wasstraat. Dat wel.
Right, let's see. Next up, an A320 Neo.
Ja,
Welling flight 1377, arriving from Alicante. 2 hours and 23 minutes it flew to get here. 5-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. Lighting unfortunately not favorable. Well, maybe a little bit to see through those see-through engines. Next up, another heavy. This is Turkish, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul. A330-300, 2 hours 54 minutes on the way, normally around 3 hours the flight between Istanbul and Amsterdam, so it must have had a little bit of tailwind on the way. 13-year-old airplane, its first flight was in September 2010. Lovely tulip on the rear end of the fuselage. Right, another Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin. Has the potential to get loud, not necessarily. But if there is an airliner whose pilots sometimes use the 737's reversers, it is Ryanair. Arriving from Dublin, flight 3006, 1 hour 14 minutes on the way. Second airplane is already visible in the background. Welling A320 arriving from Venezia. Adrian is wondering if that tulip isn't a fork. Could be. Very decorative fork.
Heeft altijd weer een superjet gestuurd.
Right, let's look, listen. For some reason, the pilots of the earlier flight arriving from Dublin did use the reversers, which I was happily surprised by, but given the current weather circumstances, it's not unsurprising that this pilot chose not to use the reversers. Now next up is Welling. And Han, you can rest assured this is the old livery, no yellow dots. This is blue and green. Hey. Oh, right, Zwanenburg, yeah. Thanks Maria for the update. Not unsurprising, the A380 has been assigned to the Zwanenburg runway center. Not surprised by it.
Volgens mij zit niet de old standard techniek van Welling.
Yeah, it is.
It is?
It is. At least the picture on Flight Radar says it is.
Ja, tenminste, ik zag laatst in de Aviation Megastore zag ik een model met dezelfde livery, maar dan met een andere naam. Iets met levels of zo.
Oh, could be.
Ik denk dat het een hele andere airline was, maar dan met...
Could be. Level. Reincarnation now flying for Welling. So then that would make this a hybrid livery. Part Welling. Level. Okay, so it is it is a hybrid livery. With the front being Welling and the rear being from what used to be Level. Righty. Three airplanes on the glide slope. First one is number 175 arriving from Rennes. Second one is an EasyJet A320 arriving from, is that a returning flight? Amsterdam to Milan? Is it diverting? Something is up. The second airplane supposedly is going to Milan, according to Flight Radar, which I'm pretty sure is incorrect. Not sure if it is arriving from Milan instead. That seems more plausible. Oh, Petrikov says it took off and now back. It did a round trip over the Netherlands. Okay. Chinese triple. Cloud surfing. Oh yeah. Level. Level up.
In this case, level down.
Level down, level up. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. A318 from Air France is also coming. First EasyJet. Okay, so it reached Nijmegen and turned around. Han is saying it's not saying anything on Flight Radar in terms of it declaring an emergency or anything, as far as I can see, at least. The OE ICL. Well, better ICL than ICU, I think. 11-year-old airplane. Right. Next airplane to arrive is an Airbus A318, a baby bus. Air France, flight 1640, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 50 minutes on the way. The A318 is 18 years old, first flight was in April 2006. Birds are chirping happily. Spring is in the air. Air France is on the ground. Et un petit butshot to boot. Bit more to the left. Bit more, bit more. There we go, that's the sweet spot. Merci beaucoup. Et au revoir. Right, next up is an E2 Embraer that has the 1700th E-Jet sticker on it, but it's on the left hand side, so we don't get to see it from over here. KLM Flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen, Scotland. 1 hour and 17 minutes on the way, the PH-NXM. 1-year-old airplane, first flight September 2022. After that, time for another 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's only because of the size of the windows that you realize you're not watching at a close up of a 777, which coincidentally is the next airplane to arrive. KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's 777-300 with a nice cloudy backdrop. Looks lovely. 7 hours and 56 minutes on the way, the PHBVR, 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Thank you for the update, Petrikov, who says that the EasyJet that just landed now shows as diverted on flight radar. It didn't just now, or at least not as far as I could see, but bear in mind I'm working with a split screen on my phone, the upper half flight radar, the lower half the live chat. Also seeing that the first airplane to center is approaching. Dual runways for arrivals soon begins. Sadly not a wheelie competition competitor. Flaps look clean. And a nice combo shot there with Russell. Big picture wise, you can definitely see more lower clouds have formed in the meantime. Also more people around the runway. This is looking to the east, looking to the north. Well, west of me, crowd of people are standing, so not going to film them. Our next airplane, KLM Flight 1294, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Billund, PHBGG. Also the first airplane on the glide slope to the center runway. And I'm seeing Donald and Chris. And Daisy was also, yeah, Daisy sought higher ground. And thank you, Clemencia, for the update. The A380 expected in several minutes from now. Sadly going to the wrong runway. Let's see, where is it at? Okay, flying over Markermeer right now. Visibility, if it hadn't been for those lower clouds that have now formed, we would have been able to see it quite well, since visibility overall otherwise is good. The milkiness in the sky is from higher clouds, which shouldn't interfere with our visibility of the A380, but the lower clouds will interfere. Small glimpse of the first airplane to center. Transavia 737. Right. Parallel arrivals in the meantime, which probably means that departures only take place from a runway 24. Will also be interesting to see what the wind has been doing. Let me update the METAR. 8 knot wind. Still not much to write home about. I'm updating the METAR as we speak in the ticker. I can also use this moment to take you through one of those METARs. For those of you who don't know what the code in the bottom of the screen means, it's the report for Schiphol Airport, EHAM of the 4th, 10:25 Zulu time. That's Central Europe. That's Greenwich Mean Time. Wind, first of all, 8 knots from 140 degrees, with the wind direction varying between 110 and 180 degrees. Visibility is 10 plus kilometers. Few clouds at 2,100 feet. The air temperature has risen to 15 degrees C, or roughly 60 degrees F. Dew point is 11 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is 1,014 hectopascals. No significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. That is the latest weather. And you are already seeing the A380?
Ja, helemaal achterin. Net nu eigenlijk boven die windmolens.
There are quite a few windmills.
Ja, de eerste van naast die rode witte paal. De eerste van naar links.
Okay.
Hij vliegt nu ergens in een van die wolken.
In the clouds now.
Hij vliegt nu direct boven die Embraer. Hij is zo weer...
Oh, okay, above the Embraer. Okay.
Hij is nu al weg. Dus voor een grote wolk zit hij nu daar.
Oh, I think I have it. It's flying base. Yeah, I have it. There you go, the Emirates A380 turning final. Quite far up ahead. With the added maximum of digital zoom 400 times or so, it magnifies every vibration from the wind. It's a bit low contrast, but it is coming, the Emirates A380. Bit better visible is traffic to Polderbaan. This one is arriving from Glasgow, KLM flight 938, it's a 737-800, 1 hour and 5 minutes on the way, the PH-BXK, which is 23 years old and had its first flight in August 2000. That was a KLM 737 that was using its reversers, which you might have picked up on. I think that the A380 is now somewhere in clouds. That's okay, it will show itself soon enough. Now, over here we have Transavia in the Sunweb special livery. One of the specials that was coming today, sadly going to the wrong runway, but still nice to see. Transavia in the We Love Sunweb livery or Sunweb livery. Flying as Transavia flight 1616. Returning from Samos, 737-800, 3 hours and 8 minutes underway. The 8-year-old airplane. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight was in February 2016. Right, in the meantime, the A380 has become visible a bit better. And dude, what the actual F are you doing? Another super sticker, lemon character raising both his thumbs up. Alvin, thank you so much, mate, but really, stop it.
Why?
Moderators don't have to super chat and super sticker or gift memberships as far as I'm concerned. Your moderating is more than enough support as it is, mate. Thanks, man, but really you shouldn't have. Now, folks, I'm in a bit of a pickle. We have the A380 not landing here, and parallel to it is an Emirates Sky Cargo 777 arriving from Aguadilla and also landing on Polderbaan.
Saudia, die gaat op center.
Saudia, yeah, that was to be expected. The Saudia also going to center. Yeah. Well, combo shot will also be hard to do. So for now, I think I'm going to stick with the A380. Emirates versus Emirates. First world problems. This is now the number 2 worldwide, tracked by 900 people on flight radar. Wow, that many. Standard livery still. Emirates flight 147, the A380-800, arriving from Dubai. Exactly on its average time span, 6.5 hours. At this point is what you on average would see, and today exactly that. 8-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. Flying apartment building with wings, 2 stories. The Wright brothers would be stupefied and amazed if they were able to see it, if they were alive still today. Oh. More Emirates, damn it! Emirates Sky Cargo 777 freighter. Arriving from Aguadilla. And Yellard, thank you for the update. Air Transat landing in 13 minutes from Toronto. My plan is to stick around for another half hour or so, 20 minutes, until the Saudia Dreamliner has landed. It's in the new standard livery. I already captured it once in the stream. I think it will make a nice last airplane for today. Air Transat is also back at it. Yellard already mentioned it just now. I think Saudia was expected around 1:30.
Er komt nog een Delta A330 net voor Transavia derde lease.
Oké.
Dus de IHX.
De IHX YHX. A321neo also expected. Wind is definitely picking up.
Yep.
Next up is another Transavia 737, flight 6144, arriving from Alicante. 2 hours and 18 minutes underway, 13 years old, first flight February 2011. And flying parallel to it is another 737, this one from KLM, going to the center runway. This is KLM flight 1218, arriving from Stockholm. 1 hour and 34 minutes underway, the PHBXI, 23 years old, first flight July 2000. W says, Air China 747 departing from runway 24.
Oh, really?
Was that it?
Nee, dat is een viewliner denk ik. Hij moet nog komen. En dat je de spoel op wel hoort.
Worth having a look at. Yeah, it is lined up on runway 24. Air China Cargo,
Ik denk dat,
going to Shanghai.
ik denk dat dat viewers zijn zomaar.
Dat zou kunnen.
Oké.
Ron says hi from Sydney. Awesome. Alvin is also located over there. Sydney in the house. Yo yo. Right.
Daar gaat hij, ik hoor hem. Ik hoor hem heel veel.
Yeah, we are hearing it. 747.
Definitely on the ball.
Question is, where is it going to appear? That is... It's been a while. Need to get my bearings in again. Where is traffic from runway 24 appearing?
Volgens mij net na de volgende.
Yeah, probably somewhere in that vicinity. Yeah, you're right. Air China Cargo, going to Shanghai. Yeah, missing out on a very rare Embraer 190. Now, this 747 is going to make a right-hand turn in a moment and will be coming this way. If no significant interesting airplanes are landing on Polderbaan in the meantime, I am going to try to follow it. EasyJet arriving Copenhagen, Munich, Geneva. Let's see, already walking around the tripod a little bit to facilitate the following. Wing fluff over the left, right wing. Yes, nice wing fluff. There, Grandpa isn't in the view. The airplane is much higher. Right, now the clouds are getting in the way a little bit, but it is coming this way. Air China Cargo, flight 1024, going to Shanghai. Now 2 minutes on the way. This 747-400 freighter is 18 years old and had its first flight in April 2006. Let me take another Step around the tripod. More clouds in the way. Nice.
Echt super gaaf. Ik zweer. Nee, natuurlijk niet. Ja, je wil dat er geen stream weg. Lekker. Lekker. We hebben weer een vieze proef verder.
Alrighty, on its way to China. Let me wind back so that my wires and cables don't get tangled. There we go, back to normalcy. Now, Alvin has also gone deaf from all the loud airplanes, I think. Another China super chat. Thank you, mate.
Stop! Stop it!
Oh man. Yeah, China.
Had je dat niet een keer eens bij iemand gedaan? Dat er geen superchats meer kon doen?
I did at one point said to Mitchell Norris after having donated like 150 or so memberships, 100 or 150. I said, "You're done for the year."
Ja, die is ook nooit meer teruggekomen volgens mij.
He did come back a couple of times, absolutely.
Ik heb hem niet meer gezien.
No, but he doesn't frequent the channel as much anymore as back then. That was in fall.
Volgens mij heb je een persoonlijke aanval geleden. Ik voelde zich persoonlijk aangesproken.
Well, bit overkill to spend a holiday's worth of money on super chat on gifted memberships in one sitting. If you spread it over the year, then still it's a lot. But
Of je staat.
man, anyway, focus, focus, focus. Let's see. Quite a few airplanes are arriving, left and right. I'm already seeing that the Saudia Dreamliner is now flying base for runway center, and Air Transat is on the glide slope now. It's the number 2 that you're now seeing. Another A321neo filled with people that have crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a narrow body. This is something that you also don't hear every day. Transavia using the reverse thrust. Another demonstration of the fact that 737s, albeit they a dime in a dozen, they still
What the actual F?
they sound gnarly when they do use the reversers, like the pilot of this Transavia did just now. Oh, I was wrong. I thought that the Air Transat was the number 2, but it now is number 2 right after the BA. That is arriving from London Heathrow, BA flight 436, A319, 45 minutes on the way, London Heathrow, Amsterdam. It's the Jupo, G-E-U-P-O, Jupo, which is 23 years old and had its first flight in July of the year 2000.
Ga er maar vanuit, of dat ik zo meteen weer een stukje stuur.
Right, let's see.
En dat is niet uit Transat. En die komt over de station.
Next up, for a while we haven't seen it. I think this is the re-premiere of Air Transat. Did see them quite regularly a year ago or so. Then, long period of time, not much, if any, to Air Transat. So I'm not sure if this is resumption of operations or if they changed the time slots or anything, but there you go, Air Transat A321neo. It's a narrow body that has crossed the Atlantic from Toronto, Canada, back to the Netherlands, 7 hours and 17 minutes. This airplane is now underway. 2 more airplanes are visible in the background. This is a new airplane, will turn 1 next month. Began flying in June 2023. Also an A320neo from Kuwait Airways is approaching the center runway now. Absolutely no reversers being used by Air Transat. Now also, Bisnovat, thank you so much for your continued support, mate. 10 months of membership. And Bisnovat says, why don't you ask China? You should ask China. Well, I think China sounds better. But thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking. Now, I cannot fix everything, such as the coloration of dots on certain airplanes. In fact, there's not much that I can do, period.
Is dat de Kuwait?
Yeah, this is Kuwait Airways A320neo. On its way to the center runway, flight 127.
Nou, missen jullie niet een hele zeldzame
Right, well, let's see. Bombardier C-Series, nice. Swiss A220-300 is coming, arriving from Zurich. A220s, lovely airplane. Doesn't matter which airliner it is, if it is Air Baltic, Swiss, Air France. It's a sleek airplane.
Waarom heb je nou je hart opgezet? Nu gaat Alp toch weer een sticker sturen.
And the last airplane is flying behind it, not on the glide slope to Polderbaan, because that is an Embraer 190, but there is the Saudia Dreamliner 10 arriving from Jeddah. Should be in the new standard livery.
Oh my god.
Oh. So this is Swiss flight 730. Arriving from Zurich, 1 hour and 9 minutes on the way. A220-300, 6 years old, first flight August 2017. Right, no time to waste. Here it is. It is the new standard livery of Saudia. White and green. I have to say I like it. Not sure what you guys think. Let me know. It's the old livery with the beige better than this one, or do you like this better than the old one? Saudia flight 215, it is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. 5.5 hours of flight under its belt to get here. This airplane has been flying now for 3 years, since November 2020. Will be the last airplane of today's show. After that, I'm wrapping up. But I hope that tomorrow the weather will allow me to go out again. If that is going to be the case, hope to see you then.
Is het Transavia? Ja. Transavia zit in de beleidsland. Helemaal achterste land.
Even though the air temperature is not that warm, is not that high, I should say, the heat waves are already distorting things significantly. Though trust me, it's not t-shirt weather today. Lois says, prefer the new colors. Frank says, this livery looks like frozen vegetables. Ralph says, I prefer the new colors. A mixed bag of opinions. Right. Now, before I'm signing off, did not have time to recognize the super sticker of Go Get the Goose One, who writes, it's a super sticker, hippo character smacks his hand onto his face and looks around to see if anyone saw what he just saw. We all saw it. We all saw it. Thank you so much. Go Get the Goose. Thank you so much. And was that, what did I see? Call me Paul. So great, we have yet another Paul in the chat. As if we didn't have enough already. We need to number you guys next stream. Paul 1 is of course reserved for Yorkshire Biker, and all the other Pauls, well, we'll have to pick numbers. Also Alvin, mate, someone did say A220, but that is not a green sign for you to super chat, mate. Really thank you so much. Totally unnecessary. Now folks, I am going to wrap it up now. I enjoyed it very much out here today. Also, Evelyn, thank you so much for joining me here and also being my second pair of eyes. All the other folks, thank you so much for joining. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. And if you did like what you see, but you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content. Also, subscribe if you haven't already to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future. Massive big thank you to everybody for your super chats, your gifted memberships, your memberships, the super stickers, the PayPal donations, the merch store purchases, everything. Your support is overwhelming and this channel is nothing without it. Thank you so much. Also moderators, thank you so much for once again keeping the stream friendly and accessible. Again, I hope to see you tomorrow if the weather will allow me to go out. Count on me being out there again. If not tomorrow, then hopefully on Monday. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe and see you in the next one. For now, I'm going to say goodbye.